Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Curtis.
motion to approve September 13th minutes.
So moved by Kakiza Haska to approve September 13th minutes, second by Tokunawa. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Curtis Whitnett,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Brandon Adams. Yes. Dallas Owen. Yes. Lydia Emmett. Yes. Louis Johnson. Yes. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Chairman Moore.
Thank you, Council. Moving on to our September 14th minutes for Wednesday.
September 14th minutes, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Tokunawa to approve September 14th minutes, second by all agency.
Question.
Question by Kakiza Haska.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
Lydia Emmett. Yes. Louis Johnson.
Yes.
Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Whitnett.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Brandon Adams. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Chairman Moore.
Thank you. Moving on to September 28th minutes for For-Profit Day. Just remind council, trying to use your mics as much as you can because we do have a listening audience. Dallas moved his mic forward, so what you gonna do?
Just put your chair up. Motion to approve September 28th, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Kakiza Haska to approve September 28th minutes. Is there a second? Second by Bade Hadakia. Is there a question? Question by Buffalo Lake.
Curtis Whitnett,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
Lydia Emmett. Yes. Louis Johnson.
Yes.
Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Chairman Moore.
Thank you, members of council. There are no resolutions at this time for approval, so we're going to go on to my report. Dallas.
So this says approve resolutions 22. That's nothing then? Okay, just check it.
Okay, I'm going to go into my report and go into our executive committee minutes. So the minutes for executive minutes are right there. So Since sometimes I always forget the executive committee minutes, so can we focus on those first? They're in your handouts. Just the one for September 22nd that we had our meeting. That meeting was basically just a cleanup for past invoices.
Motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Kakiza Haska to approve our executive committee minutes for September 22nd. Second by Bade Hadakia. Is there a question? Question by Buffalo Lake. I was looking at Susie, but she didn't want a question.
Curtis Bissonnette?
Yes.
Brandon Juicy-Lana?
Yes.
Brandon Adams?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
Avery Amos? Yes. Louis Johnson?
Yes.
Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Private Secretary?
Yes.
Chairman, motion passes.
Thank you, members of council and execs. Lou and I went out to, I chaired the United Tribes board meeting this past Friday. So I wanted to bring attention to, because of that time, we had speakers of, it was a chairman from Turtle Mountain. He wanted to bring attention and get support from United Tribes, the issue of that ICWA case that's going on. And I brought back a big old thick thing that I wanted to turn over to legal department for review and brought back and for council so we can support that and the endeavors of that. So just a heads up on that. I brought back my UTGA, United Gaming Association booklet, as well as the United Tribes booklet when I chair the meetings. I have a copy, Louis has a copy, so if you guys need to look through that, I know Curtis looked through it briefly, so it's every time I come back from meetings, it's available in my office for you guys' review. Just in case you have any questions from your constituents for anything that's going on in the United Tribes, because we do have our own tribal members that are attending the school there. And also too, we also met with South Dakota and North Dakota leaders there. We're getting close to finishing up our gaming compact for North Dakota. And it's always good to see the senators there as well as the governor that's working with the leadership. So we're getting there, and hopefully that will be approved for a couple months here. Not even that, huh, Louis? The gaming compact. And also too, we sent it a invite to leadership there, the chairmans there, and some of the council that are representing that board. So majority of them, if not all of them, are going to be attending our Veterans Powwow. So, also moving on, as everybody knows, I went out to DC representing with Eric Shepard and our ex-officio over the housing board to make sure that their needs are being fulfilled by on the federal and national level. So, and that went well. Usually I don't get starstruck. When we met Nancy Pelosi, and she's always in support of our endeavors as indigenous people. As she knows, she gets a lot of our support. So I wanted to have Louis and Eric to meet her and voice their concerns and what their needs are on the housing level. She already knows our needs because we met her before and we sat down and talked with her. And of course, she remembered me. She tried to hunk on me, but I said, no, I can't do that. Louis was ready to render a song right there on the spot, but can't do that. But it was a good meeting. I don't know if you want to say anything on that, our meeting there, Louis. As we know, when we meet with Mark Van Norman, now you've been there in that process. It's boom, boom, meetings right after meetings, so we don't have time to mess around. So that's how it was. And towards the end of the day, Louis was no mas. He wanted to give out and wanted to go back and rest. So, Louis, if you wanted to say anything on that part or not. But it was a good meeting. Susie?
During your visit, did you secure any more additional housing for our Oyate, and also more monies to fix our older housing units?
Yes, Eric gave good testimony on that, those issues there.
Thank you.
And I think, wasn't Eric wanted to be on our agenda so he could give an update for council. So if you have any questions, Eric's going to be here. What time does he come in? 11:35. Yep, 11:35. So hold your questions, Susie.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem. Of course, as you know, law enforcement officials, as our group too, for the task force, they're making a lot of arrests out there. We continue to meet. Go ahead, Gypsy, floor is yours.
I just had a question on where the Veterans Powwow is going to be located this year.
So far, it's at the casino so far. I know we recommended that maybe they look at Chilch Bazino, but right now it's over there.
So, is our rotunda too small?
Those questions were asked when they came in front of us, so yeah.
Okay, so it's either TZ or the casino.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Most likely it's going to be at the casino because the rooms are there. And so, and also too, when we gave the reports, the manager from the casino over there at the Magic, she said they're preparing for that too as well, as reported in the reports. And also too, I've been doing a lot of travel representing the tribe, and also I want to commend Mr. Vice Chair and also Madam Secretary. They do keep me when I'm on the road. They do keep me informed, and I do talk with them when I'm on travel, and we do continue to move forward. And also too, this a heads up, Madam Secretary, she could do that in her report. Mr. Davis, remember, we're going after the dialysis. We want that issue. So hopefully they're going to be coming Thursday or Friday. So she'll set that up and let you guys know. Last minute, yesterday morning, I was notified by Russell Hawkins, RBI office, that the issue of the lands over in Rapid City is a hot issue. So they're calling upon tribal chairmen, all the tribal chairmen, to meet there this week. I got the full agenda. If you need to see my agenda, Berlin has a copy of my agenda. Don has a copy of my agenda for those 2 days. So it's going to be very busy. A lot of information, and whatever I get from there, I'll bring back into my next month's report for you guys. So just letting you know, heads up, as a last minute, when I go on travel, is this straight business for me. So
Which 2 days?
this Thursday, Friday and Saturday, because my travel is going to be Thursday.
So just to remind you, it was the last minute thing I just found out yesterday morning. So Russell Hawkins
Was very adamant that I need to be there, as well as the other chairmen. So heads up for you guys. A lot of this month I did a lot of administrative work. So, and also too, we're still meeting with law enforcement building, the treatment program, as everybody knows that we've been with those meetings. So, a lot of stuff's happening. So, it's not slowing down. Any questions or comments from leadership? With that concludes my report.
Motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Bade Hadakia. Second by All Agency. Question by Buffalo.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bisnet, Brandon Gibson,
Yes.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, David Yaimas, Louis Johnson, Tribal Vice Chairman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to Mr. Vice Chairman's report. Then after that, we'll take a little break and we'll come back with Madam Secretary's report.
Thank you, Chairman. First, I'd like to start off with the travel I did this month. I went to Morton with council and execs as we met with Mr. O'Berry and planning to go over our economic plans for the future. I went to Bismarck for the Tribal Leaders Summit. And then I was also at Shakopee and Mystic Lake for, there was cannabis training. As for the cannabis, I just want to give you a heads up on where we're at with that. I met with the ordinance work group. They gave their comments and they are now with Megan and legal. And that is in accordance to Chapter 80. I met with RPC. They are reviewing the work plan for the cannabis from Richard Tallbear, and then we meet again on Thursday to go over that. And they will be able to see if there's anything missing and stuff like that. Delegation to Flandreau is going to be set up for the 11th to see the kind of partnerships we want to do. And I guess the first thing I should start off with is, as I gave you all the information earlier, looking for a motion so that Lexi can start entering budgets. We'll just do a continuing resolution, which would be the same as last year. And then I would also like to work with Weston. That's going to be our proposed budget, the continuing resolution. And I'm going to work with Weston on the back end doing the 85-15 so that we can sort of keep track. And if we have to do any mods or stuff like that throughout the year.
Curtis, did you have anything?
Yeah, is that for the 2023?
Yes.
Year?
Yes.
Okay. I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Kakiza Haska. Is there a second? Second by Bade Hadakia. Question, okay. Tokunua, floor is yours.
Is there a way to do the 85-15 without reducing the distributions? Excuse me.
Yeah, that's why I said do the continuing resolution so it'll stay the same on our end. It's just that in the back end we'll have to adjust. We're hoping that it's still
Okay,
fine.
I just want to make sure, so each district will still get their
Yeah.
regular amount. All right,
Yeah.
I'll question.
Question by Tokunua.
Curtis Bissonnette.
Yes.
Brandon Gibson.
Oh, yeah.
Just a minute. Eddie, did you give us a draft budget already?
Yep, I
Oh, yeah.
get that.
Was
There
that last?
One with the options.
All right. Okay, yes.
Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
David Yaimis.
Yes.
Louis Johnson.
Yes.
Leon Crawford.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passes.
Go ahead, Mr. Vice Chair.
You have a question, Gypsy? Okay. Moving on with, I understand there was some, is there still any questions with the Vets Powwow budget? Are we still moving forward? I just need to, we don't have to take action on that right now because I'm waiting for Steve to get that clarified in the thing, just the increase, and then plus it'll be for premium pay. Yes.
With the Vets Powwow, I know Buffalo Lake brought up a concern about the drum group. Did they make that adjustment?
I can get with them before I bring it. It'll be when, yeah. The amount was $200K, I believe. I don't know about the drum group. I can ask him to adjust that.
All right, thank you.
Gypsy?
Okay, what was the 200,000 for?
The Veterans Powwow?
That's the total budget?
Yeah.
For the Veterans Powwow?
Yeah.
Okay.
They gave us a line item budget. They're just, we're just trying to clean up some items in there that council had questions on. And I can get that worked out with the vets group.
Go ahead, Curtis.
So are we going to have to come back then after it's approved by Steve, come back into session and approve that?
No, hopefully I'll have it by, or this afternoon. Yep.
All right, thank you.
And just remind everybody, this is a one-time only thing, so.
Yeah. And then also, what's going to be in that resolution is the ARPA subsidizing the lease and tax. And that's what else he's working on. I had a managers meeting. I'd like to thank you all. I know it was a little tense in September. We did make it through. Thank you, Secretary and Chairman. I know you guys were getting questions and everything throughout the thing. But we did have a good managers meeting. We have it set up to where what was good and what was bad in that month. And the good part was that finance was able to close out a lot of the POs from the previous year, and they were able to catch up. I think right now there's maybe 10 POs that are open. But now they are also working on updating their policies on how it'll improve to work better for the tribe and the tribal council as a whole.
Before you got a question from Tokunoa?
Yes.
Can you clarify which policies are being updated with that?
We have procurement, accounting manual, HR going through. I believe they worked on the cannabis stuff. You have property and supply working on theirs. Who else is there? Chris is doing the accounting manual. Lenny is doing the procurement. And I think that was it for now. Yeah. But other than that, I do have the check register here for you guys. I'm sorry I don't have, I'm still looking for a appointee to help me out here. So, other than that, everything looks good with moving on with the ordinance work group. When we get that back from Megan, I'd like to talk with Gypsy on that to see if we might be able to even meet this afternoon, if legal can have that done. Okay. But we'll go through with that. And then, of course, I already said Flandreau, and then I think that's it for the managers meeting. But I also like to mention, thank you, Chairman, for reminding me, the tax agreement did get approved. That's going through. And then also I'd like to mention to you guys, if you ever see Brenda, or if you can give her an email, tell her thank you for her service. Her last day is going to be Thursday. It is being advertised for tax director. But yeah, she'll be retiring. Last day be Thursday. Her staff, I believe, is planning something. So, yeah.
Thank you for mentioning that, Mr. Vice
Yeah.
Chair.
Other than that, Chairman, that's all I got.
She is right there with the battle with us with the tax agreement for almost 2.5 years, so appreciate that.
Yep,
And also
you.
to our legal and everybody else. Haiba, floor is yours.
Mr. Vice Chairman, can you give us an update on the audit? I know we were waiting on the final report and then the 2021 audit.
Yes, I've been having discussions with them, and I know there was I had a phone call yesterday, and if they want to if you guys want to set up a call, we can. I was voicing my concerns that, you know, I can't be saying Tuesday every week. You know, I don't like that. And he understood that, and he said he's pushing for the end of this week, but if we want to, we can talk with Mr. Boutakis, who is Red W's principal, one of our principal managers, I believe. Yeah, but I know I had one of Chairman's appointees in there yesterday, and I mentioned it to her that, you know, everybody's getting a little upset, and I'm getting under the radar, so if I can't produce no answers, that we're gonna have a meeting with Chairman and Council.
Kakizahaska.
So, I mean, all we want to know is if it's wrapped up and it's getting done. I think that's, when it does is another question, but are we done with it and they're just wrapping it up?
Yeah.
Or, okay, because
It's like little things now, they said, where they do their self-assessment to where they want to just make sure that it's cleaned up, and then it's just back and forth like that. But I can read the email. Okay, it just says, good afternoon, Vice Chairman. I wanted to thank you for taking the time to talk today and go over the concerns. Again, I want to apologize for the miscommunication about the timing of the audit issuance. We are working through this last couple of items Chris sent over late last week. I think it may be beneficial to have a call with Chris Boutakis tomorrow morning to go over where we are in the audit. Let me know if there's a time that works best for you, and I will send out a Zoom invite and meeting for a phone call. As always, feel free to give me a call if you have any questions. But yeah, for the last 3 weeks, that's what they've been saying. They're just tying up, and that's it. But I think if it comes down to it, I can schedule a meeting with the executives and council for later this week. Yeah.
Dallas.
Have we heard anything from the clearinghouse?
No, they would send it to the clearinghouse.
Okay, thank you.
If there's no further questions or comments for Mr. Vice Chair, is there a motion to approve Mr. Vice Chair's report?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Dion,
I'll second, but just got a quick question.
second by Curtis. Floor is yours.
So, sorry, Mr. Vice Chairman, to your knowledge, is everything that they sent that they needed additional information on, is that cleaned up now too?
Yeah, that's, it's not a finding, it's just cleaning up the entries, the journal entries and stuff like that. And then verifying certain like BIA contracts that we have for 638 funding and stuff like that. It was just stuff that Greg dealt with, but Chris was able to find it and get it done.
So I know in that preliminary report we got, there was, I think there was 3 total findings in there. Those were pretty much policy procedure stuff?
Yeah, with the audit, we got a draft, and I gave that to you guys probably a couple months ago. I've never seen any new findings, but the findings we did have was nothing monetary on the tribe. It was all policy driven, which is pretty good, because policy changes every year, but yeah, it was just pretty much policy write-ups, and they were already answered and taken care of by Chris.
All right, thank you, I appreciate it.
Is there a question? Question by Madam Secretary.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wanna,
Yes.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos. Yes. Louis Johnson. Tribal Vice Chairman.
Abstain.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
Okay, thank you, Council. We'll take a short 10-minute break, then we'll come back with Madam Secretary's report. At 11:05, we come in, I-launch report right after Madam Secretary. So we could use the bathroom and smoke your cigs. Terry's report, so just keep in mind, we're using our mics. So with that, Madam Secretary, floor is yours.
Greetings to executives, tribal council, and Oyate. September seemed to go by quickly. A couple of highlights I am proud of are one, child protection moved into the old Lundstrom building east of Sisseton. This relocation is conducive to the privacy and confidentiality for families, and they now have the much-needed space. And two, the motion made to hire Angelique Eaglewoman as the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court for SWO. Not only was she the most qualified, she's also a tribal member. Congratulations to her. There has been negative Facebook posts made by SW-L and JB-F regarding the warming house and making false accusations that tribal leadership doesn't care about the homeless. On the contrary, we do care. The shelter existed since 2019 and not because of their efforts. We have discussed the dilemma we are in and how to address the building code deficiencies at the warming house, specifically the fire code requirements. We do not want any of our people left out in the cold to survive the elements. We are seeking a resolve. It is very sad that the small group of mostly women who have been a constant negative force, writing on social media, always attempting to cause division and create anger amongst the people, don't use their energy toward building a stronger community with positive action. Instead, they are continuously targeting myself and a few others on tribal council. Some of these people associated with this group are running for an executive office or tribal council. I'm afraid if any of them get in, their lateral violence and anger will be directed at the people they serve. I don't know what they will accomplish as part of the executive committee or tribal council when they seem to have such hate in their hearts. It's hard to understand when you have true compassion for all of the people. This so-called activism isn't activism at all. It is dirty politics or a strategy to try to win an election, in my opinion. It's shameful. Long ago, my older relative said, there will always be barking dogs along your path trying to distract you. Just keep walking. Just keep doing good. Don't pay attention to them. I do my best to do that. And with that said, we're always targets and we never say anything back. But there's continuous lies and manipulations with words out there, putting their own spin on situations that I don't appreciate. There were 30 people that came to the Tribal Secretary's office for various reasons for the month of August, should be September, not including program managers and our tribal council. We logged in and responded to 55 phone calls, signed, approved, processed for 184 documents. There were 43 scheduled meetings with tribal executives, council, program managers, and others, including the virtual meetings with federal partners as well as the Great Plains Tribal Leaders Health Board. And I just want to remind you that the Secretary's office is open daily. Staff are available to assist you for those wanting to do business on their lunch break. And I just want to say, stay positive, test negative, and wear a mask, because we still have COVID cases in our community. And all of the program reports are attached to my summary. And there's a lot of good work being done out there by all these tribal health programs. And they do good reporting that are really data-driven. So if you want to know anything about these programs, it's in these reports. And I just wanted to share something I just saw on Newsbreak. South Dakota overdose deaths are the 4th highest in the United States. Here in the Upper Plains states, South Dakota is high on the list with a 22% increase in drug-related overdose deaths nationwide. In the past year, there were 95 deaths reported. So I know the drug task force is still hard at it, and it's good to see that there is progress being made out there to eradicate the drug problem, hopefully. But that's all I have. Thank you,
Okay.
Chairman.
Floor is open for any comments or questions coming from leadership. I just want to make a comment too, real quick. I appreciate Madam Secretary. Sometimes I'm chairing the United Tribes Board meeting over in Bismarck, and sometimes I can't make it over to the Great Plains Leaders Health Board meeting, so I usually ask Madam Secretary as a proxy and other members of council to go on my behalf of those other meetings that need to be attended to as a proxy, so I appreciate that. Any questions or comments? Kaki Zahaska, floor is yours.
Motion to approve her report, Mr.
So
Chairman.
moved by Kaki Zahaska. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Vice Chair. Question by Dion.
Francis Net,
Yes.
Brandon Dipsy-Lona.
Yes.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary,
Abstain.
the Chairman will not.
Thank you, members of council. Floor is yours. Haipa.
I wanted a couple of, I had a couple of questions before we go into the rest of the agenda, so I wanted to get some updates if possible. A few months ago, I had asked for the list of equipment that IT had purchased, because it was $1 million worth of equipment, and we never did get that list, and I was told we would get a copy. So
Yes,
I'm still waiting on that.
Didn't the manager send an email out to everybody for that list? Because I let her know. Didn't you?
It was in that expenditure.
Yeah.
that we had.
In the expenditure report?
We could find it and give you the copy.
Okay.
Gypsy.
And then when IT moved over to the new building and we got the new server space and all that, we were going to be able to get our minutes and stuff online. So I wanted the status of that before we can get the audio and copies of the minutes for review. And
On
then-
the webpage, you mean?
Yeah.
Gypsy?
Yeah.
There was a complaint made on Facebook, and as soon as that complaint was made, I did contact the manager at the time. She was out with COVID, so she would address it as soon as she comes back, so she's been working on that. And at the time with the minutes and all that stuff, I did ask at one time planning department to start working on that. Not only minutes, but other stuff for like our own department, yeah. So, yeah, for other tribal programs too. So,
And then I had tribal Madam Secretary a while back too, and had asked for some recordings from certain council, from a couple of council sessions we had, and you were going to follow up or get IT to get them for me, because I was told to ask you. I asked you and I sent the email and stuff, and you were going to try and get them for me, and I haven't gotten those yet either.
Yes, from what I understand, when meetings are held, the rules are usually, when the meetings are held and the minutes are done for that meeting, those recordings can be destroyed because they have no purpose anymore, because
so-
everything is documented.
So our audio recordings are destroyed?
No, I'm not saying that. They
Oh.
can be.
Oh, they can be.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what the purpose of getting audio recordings are when they hold no weight any longer once the minutes are certified.
Yeah, I know. So when I had requested, I know I was asking because when we have the minutes, we read them. We don't know what the discussion was when we read these minutes. It looks very vague and we don't have a thing. And so I wanted the audio so I can get refreshed on what the discussion was prior to any motions or, for whatever motions we required or talked about and made. That's why I wanted those audios.
Yes. I am not over the IT office.
So, Mr. Chairman, I guess, I don't understand why it's difficult to get a copy of those. That's public record. But if I need a directive from the chairman to direct IT to release those, or at least put them on the shared drive for people in the building, I'd like to make that motion.
Okay, motion on the floor by Haipa, and just a heads up too, our minutes are recorded here. We got the Yapaha recording it on YouTube, so just a reminder. Motion on the floor by Haipa. Second.
I'll second my own motion.
Motion died, lack a second.
Okay, so then if we can't, reason I like those audios and stuff is only because those YouTubes could be messed with, those videos could be messed with or what have you, and I just wanted our official recordings through our system. And if
Verlin has our minutes, a copy of our minutes, so.
So for the, okay.
Okay, going in order, Kakiza Haska, Bade Hadakia, sorry about for our Yapaha that's making those accusations that you're tampering with our recordings on behalf of myself. So sorry about that.
I wasn't saying he was tampering, I'm just saying those things could happen, and I resent that.
Kakiza Haska, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We got managers meetings and stuff throughout the week too. I mean, if you are worried about information before those motions are passed, we do have roundtables set up for information driven before they come here. And that's where we get a lot of our information. So when these motions are passed, there's hardly any discussion, so we can get on with our agenda. And that's kind of how it's always been from when I've been sitting here the last 4 years. We do roundtables, we sit there and get information there, and then when we come here, we know exactly what we're making a motion on, and we move forward with our agenda.
Okay, let me just clarify that. Let me just reply to that. All I was wanting for is the thing, and so somehow, I don't know why this is a big issue, why you're making it so difficult for me and all of this, but when you're talking about that, must I remind you that I'm constantly reminded that I cannot get involved in administrative issues, and administrative issues means managers' meetings. So we're in here, that's where we get this information and what have you. And I'm just saying, I wanted a reminder of what the discussions were prior to our motions. Not trying to find out any other motions or find out any other information behind the scenes or what have you. That was it. And so that's all I wanted, that's all I was asking, and that's all. It's nothing else trying to go on or what have you. I'm just trying to have a question, trying to ask for this thing, and why I'm met with such resistance, I don't know. But I'm over it, I'm done with it, we can move on. I'm not gonna get a copy of those or release to the public those recordings for that way, and I'll dig through all the YouTubes that are on YouTube. I'll have to go through each single one and find out which particular date I am going through, which is going to be more time consuming than I just get the specific one that IT could easily provide.
Floor is
I'm ready to move on, thank you.
When you're making a motion too, before you call for your vote, you can ask those questions also. Those would probably be available to you. And then if the recordings are what she's wanting, we got it on YouTube here. It's easy accessible. You just go to the council meetings, they're always live. So I don't see why going through IT is a big deal when we got our Yapaha here. That would be, and those roundtables are good information for us, because sometimes they're, attorney-client privilege stuff that we talk about and stuff. So, if we really want to know what's going on, we just need to start showing up and attending those meetings and stuff daily, because we do. There's things that come up in emergencies, and we just need to be available and make those meetings. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Kakiza Haska, still going in order. Mare Hadakia, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to take a moment to say thank you to our Ayapaha, Tom, for always being here. I know that sometimes it's difficult, to get in and out of here, but you're really consistent, and we really appreciate you. As far as with the recordings, I believe the email requested all of the recordings for 21, for all of 2021 and 22, I believe. So it wasn't specific. It was very, and I'm still, okay, so the other thing is that with rules of order, we take turns talking. We cannot be interrupting each other. That's not only inappropriate and disrespectful, but it's just uncalled for. So I would ask for the same respect that I give as far as when the chairman gives me the floor, I say what I need to say, and then I end it, and then I don't respond until he calls on me again. That's respecting not only the chairman, but all of my colleagues. And so I will continue to respect those rules of order, and I would ask everybody to respect those rules of order. When we're talking about taking recordings, it's not that I don't think that it's that we don't want that information released, because it's public information. But as far as releasing that, I wouldn't feel comfortable with that either, because those records are kept specifically for the recording secretary's office to be able to document, which is, they do a really good job of documenting everything. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Going in order, Mr. Vice Chair, then Haipa.
I was just going through the stuff just to let everybody know the official record is our minutes. Recordings have not been made official document or official anything, but just so that we're not, because it's sort of tough when individual council members come to us and asking for this stuff. I would like to request a policy from council on receiving anything other than minutes that comes from this body.
Go ahead, Curtis. Floor is, or Haiba, sorry about that. Floor is yours, and Kakiza Haska after.
Yeah, I had a couple other things I wanted to ask about. For the radio station, when it first started, I wanted a copy of their budget, and he said he would provide it. We didn't get that, or at least I didn't. And the monthly reports, or quarterly, whatever the reports were for the Shota, they were going to be providing updates for us on that. So, did anybody have any info on those?
Curtis.
I think, Mr. Vice Chairman, that would be a good idea, because it should be the majority of this body that has a say in what can and cannot be released. So if we're going to do a policy, I would be in favor of that, because, I'm going to go back to Myrna's report. There's a lot of things, a lot of negative things on social media that get taken out of context. And, we need to make sure that we're protecting the tribe as a whole from all of this misinformation being set out there. If people really want to know what's going on, That's why you have your 3 execs here every day. They can come in and see the documentation, all of that stuff. So I would be in favor of doing a policy on anything being released here, especially being that these meetings are open. They're open to the public. And there is no, people don't understand, but you can, there's chairs available here that they can come in and listen, and not to mention it's on YouTube. And so I would be in favor of a policy going forward if we can get that done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if we're going to do a policy, I would also like to add or request that we include guidelines for roundtables, especially with legal, because when we're having roundtables with legal, that information is privileged information, and sometimes we're talking about contracts and those things, and so we really can't have other people that aren't at least at minimum employed by the tribe who don't have a confidentiality statement or any of that signed, having access to that. And I think that that's happening. And so if we're going to do a policy, I would like that included as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eddie, or Mr. Vice Chairman?
Yes.
What is what kind of policy?
Just a policy on receiving anything other than minutes.
To council, or?
Yeah.
Like, does that mean like these reports and such? Or like what?
No, just like stuff that isn't official record, like the recordings or contracts or stuff like that.
Okay.
That's a motion. I'll second.
Was you making that? Oh, okay. Kakiza, did you make a motion, or?
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
So moved by Kakiza, second by Dion. Calling for a question. Question by Iagapta.
Repeat that.
Develop a policy.
A what?
A policy for, policy and guidelines for, recordings, contracts, etc., other than minutes, and guidelines for roundtables. Got it?
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
No.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
No.
Avidia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
All right, thank you, members of council. Moving on to iLaunch. iLaunch, if not, community health education, is she available? Okay, iLaunch is supposed to be here at 11:05. I got us on task again. Another break, members of council and execs. But if they do come in early, if we're in here, enough of us in here, we'll continue on. Ready, we got enough for a quorum. We want to move along with our agenda, so we got a long day. We got to come back at 7 for vote count tonight.
Can you hear me? Yep. Good
Floor
morning.
is yours.
Good morning, council and executives. I'm here for 2 action items this morning for Project iLaunch. The first is for year 5 evaluation services contract with Brazelton Touchpoint Center in the amount of $143,421 with SAMHSA iLaunch grant as the funding source pending legal approval. And legal does have it now.
Okay, floor is open for any comments or questions from leadership. Hearing none, seeing none, is there a motion to approve? So moved by Madam Secretary. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Kakiza Haska. Calling for a question. Question by Bade Hadakia.
Yes.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana. Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
What was the motion? Yes.
A. Lydia Amos. Yes. Louis Johnson.
Yes.
Dion Crawford. Yes. Tribal Vice Chairman. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Okay, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. The second request is for approval to approve the year 5 parent partner contract for Project iLaunch with the SAMHSA grant as the funding source in the amount not to exceed $27,000.
Okay, floor is open for any comments or questions for April, Madam Secretary.
Is that pending legal review also?
Yes.
Okay,
Pending legal review.
I'll make that motion.
So moved by Madam Secretary.
Second.
Second by Bade Hadakia.
Question.
Question by Kakiza Haska.
Yes.
Is this the iLaunch's evaluation grant that we're putting forward?
The first one was, this one is for the parent partner, which is a requirement for our project.
Yes.
Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos. Yes. Louis Johnson.
Yes.
Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman. Mr. Chairman, motion.
Thank you, Council and Exec. Anything else, April?
No,
Appreciate your time for coming in to get council support.
thank you.
Motion to approve the iLaunch report.
So moved.
So moved by Kakiza Haska. Second by Bade Hadakia. Question by Old Agency.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos. Yes. Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, members of council and execs. All right, Audrey, if you come up to the mic, just a reminder, make sure your mic is on because we do have a listening audience out there.
Okay, all right, got it. Thank you.
Yep.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the council. So my name's Audrey German. I work with Community Health Education Program, and I have a couple requests for some things that we need to purchase for different initiatives that we have. So the first one is for to purchase some Cenex gas cards. So every year we have an initiative for to do cervical and breast cancer screenings. And so one of the barriers to our people is that transportation. So what this does is it assists them with transportation. They get a $33 gas card when they come in and they complete a screening. So we're proposing to purchase 225 cards for $33 each. And then there is a $1 fee from the Dakota Connection for getting the cards. So the total cost would be $7,650. And this would be paid for out of our CHE master contract.
Floor is open for any questions or comments for your
I'll make that
clarification.
motion, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Haipa. Second by Tokunawa.
Question?
Question by Kakiza Haska.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos, yes, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bisnet,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman, Tribal Secretary,
Yes.
Chairman motion.
Thank you, members of council. Back to Audrey.
Okay, so our second one is to purchase some sweaters, sweatshirts for both adult and youth, and this is to, these items will be participant supplies for our relatives that are coming in to get immunized. We're proposing to have a little mini health fair, and in partnership with the public health nursing to provide the immunizations. So it'll be flu and the new COVID, the bivalent, and then any of the primary series. We haven't set a date yet because we have to get these sweatshirts in before we have the date. But it's to purchase 250 adult and 250 youth, and we got 2 bids. So as you know, we were prohibited from getting any quotes before the 1st of October, and so we were able to get 2 quotes for this. One from Business Essentials, and the other one is from Imprint. Business Essentials provided the best quote, or the best quote for these items. They're the same as far as I can see. And the total amount would be $8,412.30 for the 500 sweatshirts.
So moved by Madam Secretary, approve.
Second.
Second by Haipa. Question by Kakiza Haska.
Tribal Secretary,
Yes.
Curtis Bisnet,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos, yes, Louis Johnson,
Yes.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, members of council. Anything else, Audrey?
I just want to encourage everyone that if you're at that age to get screened for colorectal cancer, breast cancer, or cervical cancer, I encourage you to do that. The other thing is to get immunized, because right now there's a big push to get the flu vaccine and the COVID vaccine that is available. The ones it's called bivalent, and that's from Pfizer, and that is available. And public health nursing has been going out. They'll be up at Enemy Swim Wednesday from 3:30 to 7 in the Commons area up there. So anybody that's from Enemy Swim that needs to get their vaccine, they'll be there, or their flu shot. All these things really helps protect us, and screening does save lives. So I'm hoping, that we can encourage our relatives to just be safe and do the things that helps our health, so we can live long and healthy lives. But that's it.
Thank you, Audrey. I
Yeah.
appreciate that. If you got a half shirt, Dallas wants to put in his order for a half shirt. Keep up the good work, Audrey. I just want to share something with Audrey. She's a good administrator. When she's on task, she goes after it. Meaning that I was insistent riding my Harley, and I noticed a car following me around. And when I got into 700, I was blowing past. It was keeping close. So I seen the sheriff pulling on the gravel road, so I blew past him, and this car was still keeping up with me. So man, this car wants to hurt me. So I stopped over at the credit union. I was getting ready, because I was getting ready to get beat up. So producing Audrey blew out of her car with a piece of paper. She needed my signature. So that's how dedicated she is. She didn't want to hurt me, but she needed a signature.
Yeah. The things you got to do, I guess.
Thank you, Audrey.
Yeah, Piramia.
A motion to approve the community health education report. Moved by Kakiza Haska.
Second.
Second by Haipa. Question by agency.
Curtis Bisnet,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson,
Yes.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, members of the council. Louis, how far is Eric up? Okay. As soon as we hear from Eric, we'll go right into our lunch break. And after we come back, we got Little Steps Daycare and ET demo.
Another break?
Yep. The mic, her mic is still on over there.
Present this morning. Before you today, I've presented a draft copy of, well, the final draft copy of the HUD ICDBG NOFO. So to present to you today is the tribal resolution, which is a requirement to apply for the funding. It's a single-purpose grant for $2 million is the max ceiling that we're asking for, and our plan is to rehabilitate 32 mutual help dwelling units, which would, across all 7 districts, we've kind of, we've updated our listing, and there's quite a bit of second and third generational families in these units. So a lot of our members in these mutual help units, which have all been conveyed, we've kind of done an assessment, pre-assessment already, and a lot of these homes need some help. They don't have, there's no program for them to turn to. I know the districts try to help with what they can. Our budget is $50,000 per unit at a 32 units, and it'll be based on a priority system. So as I think we hit all the target areas as asked on the NOFO through the resolution, but that's what I'm here today to present you is an approval for tribal resolution for funding for the ICBG grant.
Okay, questions or comments from leadership? Madam Secretary, floor is yours.
I like the resolution, and I would make a motion to approve that resolution with the revision in the now therefore be it resolved on the end to include tribal council along with the board of directors.
Okay. Okay. So moved by Madam Secretary. Is there a question or a second?
Second.
Second by Kakiza Haska. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm going to vote no. I didn't get a chance to review the resolution.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I thank you, council and execs. I think I answered Iagapta's questions earlier in my report. So, or do you have any other questions for Eric? Okay. Any questions or comments for Eric?
I just want to clarify also there is no, we have the funding for the grant match, and actually it's going to be 10% in kind, which actually kind of kicks us up a little bit more on the points on the point system on the rating factors there. So we will be serving all tribal members, all targets touching base. We do have some veterans in these homes, so we will be including those as well as a preference of a priority of who we're going to serve and how we're going to serve the 32 dwelling units. So thank you.
All I did see, floor is yours.
Is it going to include off-res or IHS service area?
SWHA's service area. Yeah. So I'd have been here sooner, but there was a detour.
Gave a heads up to, we banged on some doors in DC. So as you see, when we go out there, when we work with Mark Van Norman, he keeps us busy making those appointments with the senators in those offices. So you got to do a lot of walking.
Yeah. I look forward to additional future visits with council, our leadership as well. Thank you.
Yes, if anything else, you get to set up roundtable, whatever you need. Just make sure you get with Christine. We'll set up those roundtables for any future meetings. Go ahead, Tokunoa.
Has that meeting with Rounds been scheduled?
I think actually that's going to take place during the South Dakota Housing Authority, the state, during their conference on November 8th and 9th.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
No further questions or comments. Motion to approve the housing report.
So moved.
So moved by Kakiza Haska. Second by Louis. Question by Iagapta.
Yes.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos, yes. Louis Johnson,
Yes.
Dion Crawford, yes. Tribal Vice Chairman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
Thank you, members of council and execs. Thank you, Eric, for making some time for us.
Thank you.
Members of council, at this time, we're going to be taking a break. We're going to go on lunch break. We'll be resuming our agenda at 1:30. Little Steps Daycare Manager let me know that she's still waiting on quotes yet to present for her action items, but tomorrow we'll get her on the agenda to get those action items complete. But with that, Mr. Vice Chair is going to report on the DARE's behalf. And as soon as we get done with Mr. Vice Chair for what he needs on the DARE part, then we'll go into break again and wait for DCA to come back.
Thank you, Chairman. Council, these are going to be emailed to you, but these are just the invoices for Steve Gunn from June, July, August, April, May. Pretty much looks like all of fiscal year. It's just that the total amount, would you guys want the total for each month? Because some are over the threshold and some aren't.
For me personally, Council, just do the total amount for everything, but that's just me, because you guys got a copy to look at. But it's up to you guys, like Mr. Vice Chair, if you guys want to do it month by month.
Because I can give these to Verlin to put in the motion. Just would need a motion to pay Steve Gunn for his services.
Okay. Hi, Buffalo is yours.
Just a question, on the month that goes over the threshold, do we just stop at that then and only pay up to the limit?
Oh, he didn't even reach the limit on any of them.
Oh, okay, you said something about the
Yeah,
threshold.
I looked at each month.
Oh, they
The
didn't.
threshold of 5,000.
Okay, oh, okay, good. Alrighty, thank you.
Yeah. But other than that, yeah, it's all been under,
Okay, with that, what Mr. Vice Chair presented, any comments or questions coming from Council?
Motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Badeh Hadakia. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Vice Chair.
These are approval of,
Steve Gunn invoices.
you guys have copies.
Yeah.
Asking for a question. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette, Brandon Dixie,
Iwana,
Yes.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yes. A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Excuse me. Tribal Vice Chairman. Yes. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, members of council and execs. Okay, for the ones that came in late, Little Steps Daycare is waiting for her quotes. They'll be ready by tomorrow, so we'll get her on the agenda to finish up that action items. So with that, we got the district chairman coming in at 2:30, so go on break.
they scratched, their stuff wasn't ready.
We did it. Yeah. If DCA comes in sooner than that, we'll get with them.
We'll have a break until 2:30 until DCA. If they come early, we'll be on early, so keep an eye on the two of the presenters here got canceled out. So we're on break until around 2:30 when DCA comes. So stand by.
we'll go ahead and start. DCA?
Okay, thank you, Vice Chairman, executives, members of council. We'll go right to Veblen. She has to meet her granddaughter for after school, so.
Hey, good afternoon, council. There's minutes here that we have to reaffirm that didn't get into the council on March 20, 2022. Motion number 9 is to accept the 2 youth to adult members.
Karen, we don't have them on.
I know, they just gave these to me that I have to I have to read them today. You have them, Berlin?
I don't.
Well, I can give you my copy when, okay. Okay, there's just 2 of them on there, Ariana Heaven Black Thunder and Angelina Marie Loafer. And then we had a regular meeting on September 18th. Motion number 1 is to RFP a tax attorney who specializes in that area. Motion number 2 is to support the museum to be built near the connection as originally planned. Motion number 6, since there is no legal opinion on the legality on individuals for jail stays, that the tribe pay all the individuals' jail stays billed in Roberts County, going back indefinitely. Motion number 7 is to make the old housing administration building located in assistant housing into a youth center. Motion number 8 is to accept the new adult members. Motion number 9 is to accept the 8 youth to adult members as listed. Motion number 11, that the elderly nutrition program ask for assistance from the Diabetes Center nutritionalist Elaine, what do you say, Rasmussen?
Yeah.
To revise their menu to be made specifically for generic elderly members. Motion number 12 is to accept the new adult member, J.D. Dumars. Motion number 13 is to get an official written update on the jail/police station. And that's all HIPAA had.
Okay, motion to accept HIPAA's minutes and past minutes meeting.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Gypsy. Second by Mr. Vice Chair. Question by Tokunawa.
Brandon Gypsy Wada.
Yes.
Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed 9-2.
Go down, Dicky.
Okay, we'll move on to old agency.
Good afternoon, Council. The FATP had their meeting on September 26th. Motion 12, there's a misprint in there, but elderly from 55 to 64 to get $150, and elderly that are 65 plus to get $250. That came from the elderly committee. Motion number 13, to accept Darrell Dakota to temporary to be placed as judicial until the new election, next election, and then Joe Marks to be placed on personnel committee until next election. Motion number 14 to activate the election board. Motion number 15 to accept members as listed. And motion number 16 to accept youth members as listed. That's all we have, Chairman.
Thank you. Motion to accept Old Agency's district meeting for September 26th. So moved by Mr. Adams, second by Kakiza Haska. Question by Bade Hadakia.
Brandon Adams. Yes. Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson.
Yes.
Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Yes. Brandon Gypsywana.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we'll move on to Lake Traverse. Good afternoon, Mr. Council, executives. Lake Traverse District had their meeting on September 22nd, 2022. First motion was motion number 4, was to direct our THIPO rep to get our land survey of the Sabi land. That's in reference to the 10-year plan that you guys approved on behalf of the Housing Board. So they're saying that they found some artifacts or something there, so we want to see the report on that. Motion number 6 was for no home sites to be at the Siemens Ranch or the Bullarama. That was voted on and passed. Motion number 8 was to not reinstate Chapter 80 until the district can review the proposed changes. That was voted on and passed. Motion number 9 was to hire a tax attorney to assist the SWO tax office manager. That motion was defeated. Motion number 10 was to refinance our casinos once their audit is done. That motion was voted on and passed. Motion number 11 was to not renew DMC GM's contract. That was voted on and passed as well. Motion number 14 was to approve the new youth to adult membership as listed. Motion number 15 was to approve the new district membership as listed, and that's all we have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a motion to accept the Lake Traverse District regular minutes on September 22nd.
Motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by Dion. Second by Dallas. Question by Curtis.
Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Yes. Brandon Gypsywana.
Yes.
Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion
Thank you,
passed.
Councilman Execs. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we'll move on to enemy swim.
Good afternoon, executives and council. The Enemy Swim District had their regularly scheduled meeting on Thursday, September 22nd. Motion number 2 was made to accept the new members and relinquishments as listed below. Motion number 3 was made that the college board make a motion to get rid of the attorney that represents the college. Motion number 3, a motion was made to have the college seat the Buffalo Lake representative. Motion number 14, a motion was made to take disciplinary action on a manager of Field Inc. Motion number 16, a motion was made to partner with the Flanger tribe for a cannabis project with the System Moncton Oyate. Motion number 17, a motion was made to use the Dakota Crossings building for a medical cannabis growing facility. Motion number 18 was made to accept the state tax agreement. And that's all we have.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a motion to accept Tokunowa minutes.
Motion to acknowledge the receipt of the Tokunowa minutes.
So moved by Dallas. Second for Curtis. Question by Mr. Vice Chair.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson.
Yes.
Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsywana.
Yes.
Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we'll move on to B. Cooley.
Good afternoon, council and executives. Biculi had their regular district meeting on Thursday, September 29th. Motion number 5 was made to honor the $150K allocated for meat processing to purchase the Bullarama property with the meat processing equipment. Motion number 6 was made to grant a night differential pay of $3 an hour to graveyard shift of all 3 properties, Dakota Magic, Dakota Connection, and Dakota Sioux, in order to support our own tribal member workers. Motion number 9 was made to remind the DCA the process of motions coming from the district membership and not on the floor at DCA meetings, politically incorrect.
Motion number 14 was made to have the SWO do an audit for all districts to bring the SWO and its districts into finance compliance. Motion number 23 was made to approve Bicoli District new adult membership as listed. There are 12 listed. Motion number 24 was made to approve Bicoli District new youth memberships, 21 as listed. Motion number 25 was to approve the Bicoli District new youth membership of WDD DeMars pending relinquishment from the Veblen District. Motion number 27 was made to keep the I-29 motel open for the winter months for our tribal members. Motion number 32 was made to have the Sissiwampin Housing Authority lease compliance officer stationed at each district. Motion number 34 was made to have Bicoli District Councilwoman bring up the home buying policy. Motion number 35 was made that the SWO sell the open house under the home buyers program. And that was it for Bicoli minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is a motion to acknowledge the IAGAPTA regular district meetings for September 29th.
Motion to accept Bicoli's minutes.
So moved by Susie. Second by Buffalo Lake. Question by Kaki Zahaska.
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson.
Yes.
Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Chair, the floor is yours.
Okay, we'll move on to Long Hollow.
Good afternoon, execs and council. We had a meeting on June 7th, 2022, and I need to reaffirm these motions that they're not on the roster. Motion 33, there's 7. Motion 34 is 3. And motion 35 is 4. And motion 36 is 19. Okay. Okay. We had our regular district meeting on September 15th. Motion 19, have council release all ARPA funds to Long Hollow District. Motion 23, approve leave of absence for our treasurer from September 17th to October 1st. Motion 27, to approve new youth memberships, there's 5. Motion 28, approve youth to adult 2. To approve new memberships, there's 4, and that's all Long Hollow had. This one too?
Okay, thank you for reaffirming the memberships too. So with that motion made by Curtis, is there a second? Second by all agency. Question by Dion.
Yes. Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson.
Yes.
Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council. Back to you, Mr. Vice Chair, or Mr. Chair.
Okay, Buffalo Lake had a regular meeting on September 29th. Motion number 2, to have SWO Tribal Council seat our seat Heather Larson as the board member on the System Wapton College Board for the Buffalo Lake District. Motion 5 to approve adult roster membership as listed. Motion 6 to approve youth relinquishment as listed. Motion 7 to approve adult membership relinquishment as listed. Motion 8 to approve honorary adult roster additions as listed. Motion number 12 to approve the purchase from Valley Office in the amount of $9,417 as presented by Lisa Redwing with the ARPA funds as a funding source. Motion 13 to approve replacement of flooring in the main room and kitchen as presented by Lisa Redwing for the Landmark Builders in the amount of $57,000 with the funding source as the ARPA funds. Motion 14 to purchase a smart board to put on the wall for the Zoom calls with ARPA funds as the funding source. And that's all Buffalo Lake had.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Has a motion acknowledged the Buffalo Lake District minutes for September 29th?
So moved, Chairman.
So moved by Louis. Second by Curtis. Question by Dallas.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yep. Yes.
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, passed.
Thank you. Go ahead, Dion.
I just had a question about motion 2. Is that something that we can discuss?
Is that from the DCA minutes? Oh, Buffalo Lake minutes? Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Buffalo Lake did make that motion to have tribal council seat Heather Larson as our board member on the Sister Wapton College Board. We did have 3 districts bring in with Lake Traverse and Enemy Swim and Buffalo Lake to remove their legal counsel because of the legal opinion that was presented to the district. And that's mainly pertaining that the college boards can't be removed by their districts or by anybody except the college board.
Okay, any discussions coming from council or even from DCA too? Floor is open.
That's it, thank you.
Question. Lorraine, can you come up to the mic, please? Make sure the mic is, because we have a listening audience.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address this issue. This has been an issue that's been going on since April or May. It comes up every council meeting. And I know the issue of removing Gordon Nielsen as our attorney came from Lake Traverse District, and that was several months ago. Nothing came of it because it was the only district that came up with that. And the second time it came up about the Buffalo Lake issue, I think you guys all was present when Joey Bird came here with that issue, and it didn't go anywhere because the college is a entity that's chartered by the tribe, and as a chartered entity, it's an educational institution, and we are accredited by what they call the Higher Learning Commission,
And under the Higher Learning Commission, you know, that's where we get our authority to grant our college credits for people who graduate. And it's come from AHEC several years ago when the council and some complaints came up to the college, and we were warned about political interference. And so under our charter, we have the authority. We're a governing body board. I am currently the chairman of the board, and this issue has come to our board on 3 different occasions. We went into executive session on all 3, and each time the board stood by its charter and its bylaws, which allows removal for a board member for cause. And the for cause is listed as what's in the Code of Ethics and Code of Conduct under our tribal constitution. So if you look at that, you see what those cause for removals are. And that's what would come to the college board for removal of a board member. But I'd like to remind everybody here today that I have not been removed. How can you place somebody in a position when somebody else is already sitting there? I'm still there. I have not been removed in accordance with our bylaws. And it seems to be coming from the very same families that brought it here in April and May. I mean, it's starting to look like harassment. And why me? And what did I do? I've asked my district that. What have I done? Except they asked me in May to come back with an investigation on our president. And I and Louis looked into that. There was no investigation other than the FBI was questioning around about our president's character because he was being considered for the president of Haskell Institute. That's quite an upgrade. That's quite an honor. And so that rumor got started, and all of a sudden it's against our president. And then one of our district members in May said that there was 9 complaints about our president removing different females. And so the board has looked into that and found no merit to that either. And the other part of it is no written complaints ever came to the board. No written complaints. How many of you are sat on boards and committees and know that you don't usually get involved unless you have a written complaint? And there has been no written complaints, either about the president or about me. So why is this happening? Why is this continuing to go on and on and on from the same families? If you'll notice who makes the motion, Sean made the motion in June that if I didn't do what I was supposed to be doing, putting me on notice, I was going to be removed. But that was in June. In May. In June, I went to the district meeting and I was prepared to give a report. But at the same time, I and my husband were being honored as elderly for 2021. And so they had star quilts there, so I had to bring my husband. My husband got sick. He has high blood pressure, he's had triple bypass surgery, and he's not in very good health. So he got sick. I had to get up and take him home. His life had to come over to my report. And I was already put on notice by Sean. In July, I went there and I explained everything. It didn't make any difference. I keep asking, what did I do? what did I do under the code of ethics and code of conduct under our Constitution. That's what we have to go by. And council should not get involved in these things. This is only one district that's here now for the third or fourth time, maybe the third time. And I know Dickie and Louie just are doing their jobs because this is a motion that Sean keeps making. And if some action is taken based on one district, you're violating the whole policy that this group has set. They've said it before. 2 districts come up. Oh no, you got to have 3 districts. Where's the 3 districts here? You can't count the one on the attorney. That's not the same thing. And you can't count the second one either, because the one from Enemy Swim, that's the one where Janelle, as board member, was to accept Buffalo Lake District's motion to put Heather on the board. And that's the one where Janelle did as she was told. She made a motion to put Heather on the board, even though I'm still sitting there as chairman of the board, which don't make any sense to me. She didn't get a second. So the motion died for lack of second. That's what happened to Enemy Swim's motion. And there were people up that district that oppose this, that said it's not right. The college is chartered. It's got its own bylaws. It has its own governing body board. And now our district is asking that she be put on the board without a removal of me. How can you do that? How can you put somebody in somebody's position when you're already sitting there? That's like me saying, Dallas, so we're going to put somebody from your district in there. And you're still sitting there. You haven't been removed. Same thing. Doesn't that make common sense to you people? It does to me. So anyways, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to discuss this issue, as we have some training coming up next week, and it has to do with the board's rules and responsibilities. It has to do with council's roles and responsibilities even, and what's your role when it comes to the educational institution here. And I hope that you don't do anything that will jeopardize our accreditation there at the college, because we have documents that show that our president is doing a good job. And if there is that many complaints about him, where are they? Why haven't the board seen them? Even your own representatives have not brought anything to us. And then you each have one coming from your districts, and they haven't brought nothing to us. So what is this all about? And why am I being replaced without being removed in accordance with the college policies and procedures, in accordance with our charter? Thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Bill?
Good afternoon, Tribal Council Chairman, Secretary. I want to really emphasize the integrity that you're being faced with today. You should not get involved at this level. We are an entity of the tribe. I'm the vice chairman of the college. I really believe in fairness, equality, honesty, and strong integrity. That's where I come from. My grandfather, Taylor Fruit, taught me that. I'm really disappointed in the district bringing this to the council level. We got a legal opinion from our attorney concerning our charter and our bylaws. We are operating by our policies and procedures with integrity. On your council, or on your board of the college, you have your own tribal members who are former students who have graduated from there, who are former administrators that know policies and procedures. If you get involved today and make a decision to remove our chairman, that's totally dishonest. We've asked for the district to bring in complaints concerning this. No complaints came to us. If a complaint came to us, we would develop an ethics committee according to our charter and our bylaws to address the issue and investigate the complaints. That has not come to that level yet. And to further emphasize, any individuals, as you know, that are terminated by programs, they have an opportunity, according to the personnel policies and procedures, to go through a grievance procedure. The individuals that were terminated had that opportunity. They did not do it. So that should be the end of it. And we really emphasize the college president did not terminate these individuals. Their immediate supervisors terminated them. The president, his authority is to sign off on the personnel actions. But he's being accused that he's terminating them. He's not doing that. We, as a board, are just to follow our policies and procedures. We do not get involved in the day-to-day administrative activities. If the college president misconduct, we would take actions against him. I can tell you right now, the former president, I took actions against him. I made actions to terminate him because he was dishonest. He had amended his own contract without telling us. He put salary levels in there without telling us. That's totally inappropriate. He was very dishonest in what he was presenting to us in our board meetings. I picked up on that. I asked other board members to address the issue. So we did that because he was misspending funds, put us in debt. So we could no longer have that continue. So I really made that motion that he needed to be terminated, which the board did. We understand the districts. We respect the districts. But for you, as a council, please let us handle the issues. If we need to go further legally, we're prepared as a college. We don't want to do any disservice to any tribal member. But this has come to, I don't think, should be at your level. Let us handle it. Let us go to the legal procedures. If the results are in the trial that we are in the right, we'll follow our policy procedures. If the court says we're in the wrong, we'll honor that decision. But please, let us, because if you make a decision to remove our current chairperson, that's going to be totally inappropriate, I think, at your level. And I don't think that's an appropriate action to take at this time. Let us resolve the issue, because according to our policies and procedures, if we can't handle it, then you get involved. But we gave them ample opportunity to bring in complaints against the vice chairperson. Once that happens, like I said, we develop an ethics committee to handle the issue and investigating. If it results that the individual needs to be removed, we'll do that. But please honor, you have tribal members on this board that are elderly members, who are middle-aged members, who are young members. Please let us handle it. We have the knowledge, the expertise, the experience on that college board. A lot of individuals have degrees that understand the policies, procedures, and the charter. So please give us that respect and let us handle our business according to our policies and procedures.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you.
But Hadakia, floor is yours.
No, I just wanted to move on.
Go ahead, Mr. Chair from Lake Traverse.
Mr. Chairman, the whole issue of the reason why Lake Traverse got involved is because we were in the same situation Buffalo Lake is. Bill, how long did you wait to get seated? Because the board didn't want to deal with the same situation that's going on now. Before us, it was Enemy Swim District. They were dealing with that. Enemy Swim District, you know, they kind of set the precedence because they did remove one of their board members and they seated a new board member, and the board of directors from the college accepted that. But now they won't go through with it. So that's why Lake Traverse District got involved with removing the attorney for not only the college, but the Teos Pozina as well. And it takes the rights away from the district members of all 7 districts when your board members aren't listening to what their districts want. This body here approved that charter. And in that constitution that we all swore to uphold, it states in there each district shall manage its own affairs. Whatever the reason that Buffalo Lake has, I don't care about that. The only reason why I'm bringing this up is because I'm worried about our member. You know, if the Lake Traverse District doesn't want him in there, then that's up to them. But we need to replace him. And if the college board isn't going to recognize that, Bill, I'm pretty sure that, you know, when you took over, you were directed that you were supposed to start changing those bylaws so situations like this wouldn't happen again. You know, and it still hasn't happened. You know, so that's, you know, Mr. Chairman, that's what I'm getting at is, you know, the charter's under the tribe. They're asking for no political interference, but I mean, the politics are still going to be there because you guys approved that charter. I don't know if you guys sign off on their funding every year, but I mean, that's political too. So I mean, the politicalness is a two-way street. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. With that, we're going to move on. So anything else? Can you come up to the mic, please?
In my opinion, the best way to resolve this is to have any further issues like this. The best way to resolve it is, and I mentioned it to our college president, is that we need to, as a college, approve board members and not have board members from the district. Because when you have this, according to our bylaws and everything, according to them, to put people on, this becomes a big issue here. So I think the best way to resolve this is to allow the college to select their own board members from community members and not have the districts put people on the board. That would resolve this issue very quick and easy. Thank you.
Mr. Chair from DCA, the floor is yours. I know you got some minutes that are on your agenda, so go ahead, Dickie, floor is yours.
Okay, DCA's motion from September 28th, 09-01 to reaffirm the motion to withhold tribal council and Steve Gunn's severance pay until we have a clean audit or no disallowed costs from the Department of Treasury. DCA motion 09-02 that if Steve Gunn is billing for tribe for hours when teleworking from his residence or elsewhere, not interacting in person with tribal council or executives, and not physically handling documents to and from tribal council and executives, that he repay any ARPA funds received.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure that I had spoken with Mr. Vice Chair and he had a meeting with you guys regarding those issues.
Well, we discussed it at this last meeting, but the Steve Gunn one is just worded different from what I heard it was. And then what was the other one?
Francis making a motion. Well, with Mr. Vice Chair reading that, Madam Secretary.
Good afternoon, DCA. I don't agree with these motions that you made. These motions didn't come from the districts, memberships. And that motion that we made in Biculi, there's a political process to follow. And these motions are to be coming from the districts. And a majority of the districts, 7 districts, should be 4. I know it's in DCA's guidelines that it's 3. But these motions were not in any of the minutes that I read. So therefore, these motions should be null and void. Under the Constitution, I read this before, under Article 7, powers. Section 1, I, no authorities contained in this revised Constitution may be delegated by the Council to tribal officials, district councils, or associations to carry out any function for which the Council assumes the primary responsibility, except by ordinance or resolution duly enacted by the Council in legal session. These are not within your authority to make these motions. Therefore, I'm going to make a motion to not accept September 28th, 2022 minutes.
Motion moved by Madam Secretary, calling for a second from council. Worded, make it noted. Motion died, lack a second. Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, move on. It's just the same ones that we've had all these times, the gaming board, and I know Eddie explained about the civil rights office. And the main one that I wanted to bring up is the early childhood that wasn't included in the disbursement of school clothes. Early Head Start. Sorry.
Mr. Chair, if I'm correct, I think they were included, right, Mr. Vice Chair?
Starting at 3 years old.
Starting at 3 years old.
No, that's Head Start. We're talking about early Head Start.
Early Head Start.
Go ahead, Kakiza Haska.
Yeah, it was included because I was the one that brought it up.
Yeah. Was there people denied or what?
Yes.
Can you just give us a list and we can look at that?
Okay, I'll have Dr. Johnson bring you the list.
Okay.
Yes, please, because some of the issues that we ran into with the execs, we met over there, and some of them were kind of like on the gray side, but we meet on them.
So what's the status of the gaming board? We're still waiting for our bylaws and all that, and it's been approved since 2018. Every district has a board member. Is there any way we got legal, they can do them? I know Kimberly Craven had the copy of the old bylaws, and then she was gone.
Our legals that representing the gaming part, we could just refer that back to him right away. Dallas.
I was going to make the suggestion that we see if Phil Brodeen, since he's pretty good at policies as it is, if he could just look into this.
ASAP, hopefully. Members of the board. Mr. Vice Chair is the board chair.
That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Any comments or questions from council? Curtis?
I did give the chairwoman from Long Hollow some other minutes from August. Can I just add them to that motion to approving them? Because they're not on our roster. The roster we got at the district right now, so they're having trouble with the youth to adult ones. Would it be okay if with the council, if I just add August on the same motion?
I would, especially if it has to do with your membership.
It would be June, August, and September would be the 3 months, but reaffirming June and August.
Yes. Good.
So-
Francis.
Mr. Chairman, I think, almost every district is probably being affected by what Long Hollow's bringing up. We also have three youth to adults, and they were presented when I sat in that chair, and they're still not on our rosters yet.
Okay.
So, we all 7 districts probably in the same situation, because I know, I talked to enrollment myself, and they said the majority of them are females, because either they're married or divorced, and they're not changing their names there, so then the rosters ain't the same as what their ID state. So I guess, Madam Secretary, I know their enrollment office is under you, and it's an issue for all 7 districts. We have minutes, we have the applications, along with district minutes accepting them, but they're still not on our rosters.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Madam Secretary.
In the election code, it's up to the districts to provide those minutes and the names to the enrollment office. I don't know if the districts are doing that, but if that's the problem, that might be where it is.
Mr. Chairman, the process is we bring them here for council approval. So that's what we're doing.
But there's another step. You bring them here, we approve them, and then somebody is responsible for getting those to enrollment, and that's the districts. It's in the election code.
It was told that once they're approved here, they comes over to Berlin. Does he come over here like once a month to get all the memberships?
Once we have the district motion to council minutes, then we ship that over to the council. Sometimes, let me use Bevan as an example. We got a list like 6 names that weren't on the roster. They were in our minutes for whatever reason. 4 of them were in council minutes, but they didn't make it to the enrollment. I don't know why, they just overlooked or whatever. But 2 of them, for one of our meetings, we didn't get the names. That happens more than often than it should, is that the district will approve enrollment or approve some of its members, but they don't list any names. So a lot of those, that's the next situation. And then there was one, well, you asked me, Dion got me looking into it, where she thought that was presented. But back about a year ago, the only meeting that was presented for that month was an executive, not your regular district. So those 3 names, I believe those 3 did make it onto the roster, because they were never presented to council.
Go ahead, Curtis.
So Verlin, the enrollment office, after they're approved here, then they get shipped back to over there, our minutes with the names on them?
Yeah, so right before, basically, right before, like tomorrow, John will present this. She'll add the district minutes from last month to get the roster up to current.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Dickie.
That's it, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Thank you, members of DC. We appreciate your time. With that, if there's no questions or comments coming from our side, motion to approve DC's report. So moved by Mr. Vice Chair. Second by Emily Swim. Question by Keith Alaska.
Tribal Vice Chairman? Yes. Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Brandon Adams?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson?
Yes.
Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Tribal Secretary?
No.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, members of council. That concludes our agenda. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
DCA, the elderly checks will be done Friday.
So moved by Haipa to adjourn. Calling for a question, or second. Second by Madam Secretary. We are adjourned at 3:13, and we'll be coming back at 7 o'clock to go back into session.